All right. So we are live on the YouTubes as well. Okay, cool. So, little update. What have we been doing? So last night we did on the last stream we did a bunch of work with the can't think. We did a whole bunch of stuff with the workflow. The JSON and how all that stuff works. Today, MYTHOS got released, and also this morning MYTHOS got released. I ran it through a whole bunch of stuff. I had it run through like a full audit thing. I actually had Codex last night do a scan. So every night I have a Hermes agent that goes and it scans the code and it does a whole bunch of stuff, or gives me back a bunch of stuff. Most of the time it's like 80% garbage, but every once in a while it'll show me like, oh hey, here's like 5 bugs that are actually real bugs. And then I give that to Codex. Well, I ended up getting Claude this morning. Yeah, I got Claude this morning. Mainly because Codex I only have like 4% left on my weekly thing. So I got Codex this morning. Started doing some stuff with 4.8. So far, not really impressed with 4.8. I was on Codex before 4.8 came out, so I haven't actually played with Claude since then. Started doing some stuff. It was taking forever to do, and then MYTHOS got released. And since MYTHOS got released, I basically gave it its task list. Codex came back with like 57 things, I think, of like between things to do to harden the app and things to do to make it a little bit faster, make it run a little bit more optimized, and then also a whole bunch of like critical bugs, things that needed to get fixed regardless of everything else. So I gave that list to MYTHOS, and then that ran for like 4 hours. I think I got like halfway through, or maybe like a third of the way through on Opus, and then MYTHOS came out, and then I gave the rest of it to MYTHOS, and it chewed through everything. And then most everything, and then I hit my 5-hour window in like 2 hours, and then my 5-hour window recovered, and then I started working on it again, got most of the way through it, and then they reset everybody's stuff. So I'm currently sitting at 3% for the week, and I've already used 29% of my 5-hour limit. I did play with it on, I think on max. I didn't actually run on ultra. That being said, so I have not seen the app since last night on Codex. So I probably spent 2 million tokens, and I haven't seen this thing yet. So MYTHOS, like I said, it ran through everything, and it's done 2 more slices of the workflow stuff. So I'm gonna run it, and hopefully not everything fucking broke. So that's where we are today. So that opened faster. What about that's supposed to be disabled? Okay, so that's bug number 1. Yeah, so I'm interested to see how much of this is actually going to work. So Grok showed up. That's cool. Workflow. Why is workflow locked? Oh, okay. So I also I made it give me a whole bunch of fake tasks. But is that because Figma is open, or is that performance hit? It's Okay. So we might have a real... let's reopen this dude. Why is this not doing the... I don't know what those buttons do. Okay, it feels a little bit better. I don't know what that was all about. Okay, so workflow's locked because we got a bunch of fake tasks. Okay. So it's this view. It's fine here. And it's fine here, so that's a big problem. Can I change you back and then we can launch it with debug on? Okay, so if we sit here, then we go to Kanban. Okay, we'll just go through all of the other... It's weird. Okay. Back up, blah, 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 blah. They have a demo custom workflow in the project engineering style chain, plus a mid-user flow gate, one extra column. I can't do number one while they're... I can't do number two. I can't change the workflow while a task while the Kanban has open tasks, so I can't do number two. The biggest bug though is I can move the window around on the roles tab and the workflow tab, but as soon as I change to the Kanban tab, performance falls off a cliff. I don't know if there's some sort of constant polling that's going on in the background now, or what changed, but dragging the app around the desktop now is extremely sluggish on the Kanban. Not even when I'm resizing, I'm just moving the app around. Oh, fuck. I can't do number two. Can't. Because I can't change the workflow while the task, while a task. While the Kanban has open tasks, so I can't do number two. The biggest bug though is I can't move the window around on the desktop if I'm in the Kanban tab. On the other two tabs, it moves around the desktop fine, but if I'm on the Kanban tab, even if I'm not resizing it, I'm just moving the app around, there's an extremely large amount of lag being introduced. So I don't know if there's some sort of constant polling that we've introduced in the last round of stuff or what, but take a look at everything to see what the performance is. So we'll send that to Fable. What else does it want me? Seed in demo. So demo work seed. Status work stream. Useful dog food feedback. Oh, okay. Well, I already knew that was a thing. Is locked all tasks rather than the window dragging icon game takes priority when you investigate. You do that, bud. I don't really see opening JSON tests. Nothing in slices 1 through 3 touch the camera. Well, I can see read only. Fixed in. Can't change. Build step 2. Demo seed plan. Demo seeding stays parked until after I lag fix and I'll rework it in fresh workspace for any tasks. Okay, go, sure. It is slower. It is. Well, I think Fable might be a little bit faster than 4.8. I think. Because 4.8 was like taking forever to do something this morning. So it's definitely. Claude is definitely slower than Codex. After going from Claude to Codex, and now back to Claude, and then going directly into 4.8, and then into Fable 5, it's definitely slower. But I don't. Is it actually better though? So far, with me having the app open for the first time in like 24 hours, I'm not sure. So I don't need that. I was hoping that this was actually going to be fine. I guess I should. Can I do anything just by looking at this? Seed in is a gate block task. Demo WS. My JSON v3. Okay, I'm in the right project. All project. I like how it's like the first step is to back it up, but it didn't tell me how to back it up. I don't think that was something that we added in for it to do. What are you even saying? Reported workflow switching is locked while the game ban has a task that block blah blah blah. It's interesting to see that my Claude workflow still works. Because it didn't really like working in Codex. That's the word. Like, I know my machine's a little bit slower when I'm streaming, but that is bad. Prompts for persona expected agents.md to point to personas. Go ahead and grab. Does this show up every time I switch back? No, so it's just a coincidence. Inside the app, every once in a while I see these warning messages come across the Xcode console. Is this just something that we missed in whenever we did the audit? Possibly for something to do with whenever we renamed everything from role. Is this a leftover? Boom, 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 boom. What's up, user? Sorry, I just saw it. What are you even saying? I get that too. A glimpse of these models getting smaller too. Try some wild one shots for MYTHOS. Looks like some of them are nuts. Yeah. So I'm not sure if I am loving MYTHOS yet. I probably should have switched back to Claude sooner than I did. Because I only had maybe like 2 to 4 hours with Claude before MYTHOS released, and so switching back from Codex to Claude, it's just a different experience in general. I don't know. I'm burning a shitload of tokens. That's all I know. Okay, what are you doing? Yes, you're exactly right. There's a leftover problem layout restructure. Go. So I'll get him running on these console logs. This dude is still... Who knows what he's doing? Who knows? I don't love that Claude doesn't have the steer conversation functionality that Codex had. Not loving that. Not loving that at all, actually. I think I need to maybe switch. Maybe switch the builders over to like Sonnet, because this is just taking an atrociously amount of time. And window. So you finished. You're editing. Okay, and then you're running the build to verify. Build failed. Why are you failing? So you're trying to launch everything and it's fucking up. Confirmed your hunt. Prompt alias warning. Since this is a pure deletion verified by the United States QA is optional. No, we're good. Well, I need this bug to be fixed, but that's probably what this dude's working on, right? Right? In memory. Oh, I might need to be. I think I know it's part of the problem. Capturing and committing. Okay. Bad. Don't run. Can we? So the optimization that we implemented earlier to speed up the daemon run testing, can we set that back down to just 2 lanes since I'm now streaming? So what did you say? The lag was pre-existing, not from 3 workflow slices, 0 render file path, blah, blah, blah. Root cause, every agent, attention SS event, many per second where a builder runs and validates the entire content view body, which is evaluated. Okay, so that's already set, so that's not the problem. Oh. This is fine. This is laggy as fuck. Okay, good to know. Good to know. Okay, so I don't know if this is to do with the fix that you just implemented. However, I just opened up a brand new workspace. And it doesn't have any tasks assigned to that workspace, and there is 0 lag problems on the Kanban board. But if I go in here and I change it to all projects, but if I change it to all projects and it shows me the projects from the other workspaces, the lag immediately comes back. So I don't know if there's something to do with the individual task tiles that's causing this, but the lag doesn't seem to exist when there are no tiles whatsoever. Okay, so what did you want me? Oh, that's an interesting side effect. Okay, save a demo custom workflow, demo custom, and the project engineering style chain, plus a mid-flow user gate, 1 extra column. What are you asking for? Seed, workstreams task, and init engineered, queued, ready, queued with dependency, blah, 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 blah. Before I send the builder back in, were you running the freshly built app from the Kanban window drag lag? Yeah, just recheck. Yes, I was running the newest build, and if I'm in the all entire project that shows every task in the project, then it's laggy. If I'm in just this workspace and it's in the new workspace where there are 0 tiles, there is no lag whatsoever. Okay, so then what do we do over here? So one thing I'm noticing is the workflow editor lock when there are open tasks. Does not pop up if the current workspace does not include any open tasks. But if I switch to the view that shows me the tasks for all workspaces and there are open tasks, then the workflow is blocked or is locked. So my question is, A, should that be true? Is that working as it's intended right now? And is that the right experience? And then B, if I'm in all workspaces, meaning I see all of the tasks, or excuse me, if I'm in all workspace tasks in the Kanban and I click the toggle to execution mode, will it start tasks in other workspaces even though I am not in that workspace? Or is the toggle specific to whatever workspace I'm in, even though I can see the other tasks? I don't think it should. I don't think it should. This should be at the. This should be at the workspace level, because if I'm in workspace 2 and I haven't even opened workspace 1, there's no way for those tasks to execute. And if they're not able to be executed, then they shouldn't be blocking. They shouldn't be blocking it. So need to fix that. Need to fix that. Based on my analysis of the code base here, the workflow editor lock view dependent or current workspace only. Conclusion: the lock is view dependent, driven by the concurrently visible Kanban filter. The lock condition reads whatever task list the Kanban is currently displaying, not a workspace scope query. The lock state changes based on a view filter that's an accident. Plumbing, not a design behavior. The lock's purpose is don't edit a workflow that lives flowing through. Whether the current behavior is wrong, the editor edits the current workspace workflow, then all project view falsely locks you out. The scarier inverse would be falsely unlocking, editing workflow that execution toggle. The toggle will not start tasks in other workspaces since you only to. Yeah, for now, only make the change to the take a screenshot. That. Let's do. Where did that go? Okay. Yeah, so go ahead and make the fix for allowing the workflow to be edited if there are no tasks in the current workflow. That's not the right way to go. Yeah, so go ahead and implement the fix around the workflow lock so that I can edit the workflow even if there are open tasks in another workspace and the Kanban view is showing me tasks from all workspaces. I don't even know why I'm looking in this. It's not like I understand any of it. It could be showing off an API key. I wouldn't even know. I have no idea what I'm looking at in there. And the Kanban. Second. Like, why is half that shit like off the screen? I see why now. Awesome. An idiot. Okay, so you say you're done. You say you're done. It's still really, really bad. I um so the other session is done with its changes, so you can treat them as if they are ready to be merged. Review the screen recording I just made. You can see that the problem is still there. If the board is empty of tasks, then it doesn't have any lag. But if I switch to all workspaces and then I try to move the window around, you can see the lag happening, and it just can't keep up with the mouse movements. So do a review and then try to come up with some other solutions. The last solution that you have in regards to VStack and lazy VStack um, didn't even account for anything because all the cards were on the were visible anyway, so there wasn't even an opportunity for them to be off the edge of the app for them to allow for them to be scrollable. So um, that might be good for in the future when there's tons, but right now that doesn't do anything. Duplicate test workspace. Man, I thought this thing was gonna be like super cool and like have it like all done and perfect, but instead it's just burned 40% of my tokens in 45 minutes. Something else we need to take a look at is there looks like there's a problem with trying to load Composer 2.5 in a Grok panel. See the screenshot for more details. We need to make sure that that's getting loaded correctly. But more importantly, I think we need to take another look at being able to fetch the available models in the CL from the CLI. Check all of the change logs for the 3 different providers to see if any recent change logs additions allow for that functionality. I know we were somewhat limited in the past. See if that's been changed. Yeah, because this is like not accurate, and it needs to be. I mean, I guess here you could model. Okay, so I haven't updated. I do update from here. Claude Code is up to date. So, are you happy now? Okay, what are you saying? So found the relevant machinery. 2 things worth noting before the plan. The Grok pane issue 80E already does dynamic model description for Grok models and then parses the output. The error you saw supported Grok build means discovery fell back to the hard-coded. Okay, so that shouldn't even be a thing. Research web, check recent change logs for all 3 CLI. Just do it. Do steps 1 and 2 first, and then come back to me before going to number 3. Change you. Then what do you say? All 3 tabs are always live. Content view, blah blah blah. Never tearing them down. The timer animations run regardless of tabs. The per tab difference is only. Any state change during a drag reruns the entire board construction. No materials vibrancy in the Kanban pass, so that theory's dead too. Build an in-app drag probe. No, go ahead and implement the probe and then we'll check it again. I don't know what the fuck it's talking about. No idea. Not implemented. No native command exists. Current workaround interactive model picker with an active session, no CLI flag. Available flags. Partially supported in debug mode. Oh. Okay, so we know how to, well, running it against the actual graph model's output, it correctly says blah. The bug is upstream of the parser. Path mismatch between. Only if the cache is absent or stale. Fix the binary resolution there to use X2. So what exactly is the user's experience going to be for Grok and Codex? Um, with Grok, if the cache doesn't exist, is it just going to do a check and then it'll see that it's not there and then it'll run it? Um, would it not be better to just call the models command directly? If that's baked into it, why not just use it? And then for Codex, same question. What exactly is the user's experience? The user experience going to be with this debug command? Is it going to run every single time? Only on startup? What are we talking here? Ooh. Because what do we? Not a cache. So is the agent underscore config.python file, is that an ADE file or is that something that is shipped with the CLI? Is agent config, like, how do we keep it up to date? That's not good. Okay, so are we treating Claude the exact same way where it's just a hard-coded agent config file? Fuck. Are we treating Claude the same way where it just reads a hard-coded agent config file? Is it one agent config file for all agents, or is there one for each provider? For now, let's just read them. Let's just have all three read from the hard-coded file, and then I'll just have to set up a cron job that pulls the latest models every few hours and updates the file. Elemental Magic's card game. Hello, I am Master Programmer Elemental. What's up, man? How's it going? Elemental Magic's card game. Master Programmer Elemental. Okay. Okay. What's up? To agent config, populate, blah, blah, blah. Working on porting my Haskell code to Hydra. Bro, I don't know what that means. What does that mean, bro? I think I know what Haskell is, but I'm going to assume I don't. And I have no idea what Idris is. Okay. Claude proof models, add Fable and Haiku, which are missing today. Codex list already looks concerned from the research. No change needed. Go ahead and update it. Haskell is an older language, good for beginners. Agreed. Is it? Why do I know? It's not a VB thing, is it? No, it's no. Language that features referential transparency, immutability, and lazy evaluation. Okay, so I lied. I have no idea what Haskell is. Its own language family. Yehorin. Hello. How's it going? How you doing? Idris is a much better language, but also younger, not entirely polished. No, it's not. So, Elemental, is this just your thing? Like, you kind of like third of his name, rightful ruler of the whatever's. You pop in, full titles of blaring. Is that your shtick? I'm not mad about it. I'm just curious. Exactly. Okay. All right. Not mad. It's pretty good. Oh, I never hit enter. Sweet. What is this dude doing? Besides burning tokens. So far, not impressed with Fable. By the way, if you're doing generative AI to write code, Idris is the only language with native support for that. But I'm writing Swift, or it is writing Swift. And technically, I don't know if that's true, at least as of yesterday. Now that Xcode has agents like built into it. I haven't downloaded, I haven't updated to the beta yet, but wouldn't that count? So you're porting all of your code from super old and published or established, and now you're moving to this new one. Why? Like, what is it? What do you get out of it? And what is What's the code doing? Better language in a lot of ways, so it's sort of code cleanup. Would you compare it to like going from PHP to Ruby on Rails? Kind of like that? Not exactly the same, but kind of the same. By the way, if you haven't caught on, I am not a developer. I am a designer. Not exactly, but kind of. Got it. I mean, it's good enough for me. Okay, so would it be more accurate to say it's like AppKit and Swift UI? Would that be more correct? This or type-driven development. Meet Idris, a language that will change the way you think. Like that. idrislang.org. My head. Quantitative type. Bro, you're speaking Greek to me. I got no idea. If you want some JavaScript and some CSS or some HTML written, I got you. Even though I haven't written that in like 10 years, I could probably still whip up some stuff in CSS. CSS is my favorite thing. But anything else, I'm completely lost. I used to know PHP, but I don't even want to claim that anymore. So the important question is, are you using Idris or not? Nope. I is not. Pure script for front end. So, but what is it? What are you using it for though? So you mentioned type-driven development. I was just reading the hero banner off of Idris's website. Basically, you write the types in such a way that the implementation is determined. Bro, I don't. You got me. I just make pretty pictures for a living, and now I'm trying to build an app. Because I thought that would be a good idea. Yeah, I'm way over my head. UI model picker for Grok and the runtime still uses the old subprocess discovery. So then let's rip out the old subprocess based discovery system. Just have it run off the static file. Hoping it's going to do that anyway. What? running the same tool you. Still. Okay, stop. Builder's running. Oh, did you finish? You finished. Not removing the shadow. This wasn't a problem before today. Don't touch it during the wiggle. Oh. Okay. Wait 3 seconds and it's supposed to wiggle. Oh, is it? Okay, so it wants me to do... Okay, so you're... Ran the code for 1 and it... Oh, come on. Then what? Do I quit the app? I'm gonna assume. What are you doing? How do you? So whatever your script is doing, it just opens the app and then it sits on the welcome screen. It doesn't launch a project and it doesn't switch to the Kanban tab. So whatever readings you're getting don't mean anything. So that is still broken. At least it looks like Claude is. Question 1 on test and demo worker. Which color scheme should I use? This is flagged. Demo and it appears to be placeholder tested rather than a live blocker. Okay, see what it's saying. Well, I don't. So you don't actually. So the Grok drop down still fails. It sends the same error message for Composer 2.5. So something there is still not right. And then I'm noticing that Claude never actually changes its model. No matter what I select in the drop down, it doesn't change the model. It always just goes back to whatever its default is. So the only way for me to change the model is to interact with the CLI directly. Is there not a command that we can do whenever we launch Claude that sets the correct model and the effort level? It means I need to check Codex. Codex works and Grok is broken, but it at least changes. Would be causing literally nothing changed. Clearly something changed. Now I can see both bugs clearly. Bill for an ephemeral architect session with a dynamic system prompt. The full system prompt question or failure context is passed inline via agents JSON, the same mechanism used by a persistent roles. No on-disk Claude is used. The entire context is baked into the spawn. Oh boy. So ephemeral for ghosts, that needs updating. Only Codex and Grok actually receive the model. Claude always launches without models, so it falls back. Did it not? Did add it. Okay, probe reworked, fresh build done, new flow. Open your project, get the board into the state you want to measure. 3 beeps of countdown, hands off, window wiggles, 5 seconds, snapback. Okay. What a weird thing. Okay, empty workspace on the Kanban tab. Empty workspace Kanban tab. This project, and it wants me to do control option. Jesus. Oh, I probably have to. I see. Okay, so run you. And go here. And then control option shift 1, 2, 3. Okay, and then all project scoped. Control shift. And then with the populated project open. Okay, so all 4 states are captured, I guess. And I did them in the order that you suggested. Okay, what are you doing? Boom. Okay, so you're saying the drop down's fixed. So So this is not... Son of a... Okay, so the Grok dropdown now isn't failing whenever I select Composer 2.5 fast, but it's not actually changing the model. It's just relaunching Grok build every time. It seems like Codex is the only one that is actually changing models whenever I change the dropdown. If it doesn't like dragging this around, it's not gonna like my designs. Bu- 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 bu. During a title bar, drag Windows server is the busiest process on the sim and is running the drag loop on blah 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 blah. Yes, go ahead and proceed. And yes, I was dragging during the 15-second recording. Yes, I was dragging during the 15-second recording. Should we do another recording where I'm on the empty tab and then that'll tell you if that was the issue or not because there's nothing on it? And we're dragging the motherfucker around. The fix for Codex working is fallback already has all models listed. Grok doesn't. Two things need to restart the daemon, so it serves as a plan. That's a lot of shit. Every drag tick invalidates cursor rex. Tracking areas happened on both boards, but on a popular that invalidation forces AppKit to recompute tooltip tracking, which makes the SwiftUI hosting view rerun full per tick scale by type. Now, plus the tooltips manages synchronous Windows servers. The help tooltips are both the trigger surface and the RPC source. Route 4 as planned. Strike all 14 from. What are they attached to? That? Is there no way to just have the tooltips turned off until I'm hovering over something that has a tooltip versus just stripping them out completely? This is the fallback used when the daemon is unreachable and the contract doesn't. At a board level hover state. Single on hover of the game bank content area. Routing all 14 through a conditional helper. Help if hovering. Audit for other standing per card tracking sources. Rebuild your. Yes, go ahead and proceed with these changes, and then once you're done, do an audit of the workflow tab and see if there's anything there that would also be similar. So then this dude is supposed to be fixing. Blah, 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 blah. You need to do one manual step, restart the game. Why not just say restart the app? So how do I restart the daemon if just quitting the app and then restarting it doesn't kill it? Because that's kind of what it's supposed to be doing, right? This is what happens when you just let an agent run for like 8 hours and you don't babysit it. Spawns its own child process tree. When Swift in Sigterm to this top level, demon processes may survive as orphans, especially during development when you're running from source. The apps. Okay, so I ran the command in terminal, so confirm that it's not alive. Second, I do have cleanup orphan on start, but I also have kill on shutdown as well. So that should be doing it. The only time that that wouldn't happen is if the app crashed. A button to restart the daemon, I guess, isn't the worst thing, but it shouldn't be necessary. It should be every option of the app running should have a way of either killing it on quit or clean up on startup. I need to turn this back into no debug mode. Build canceled. Why is the build canceling? The fuck? Noted. Never let Fable run by itself. Just stop. Okay, so that is changing. Okay, that's fine. And if we change it to grok build, okay, so the fix is working for Claude, but it is still not working for grok composer. Why? One of these waiting on a question. I would say that it is not fixed. Back internally before we keep chasing any firmware them all. just as laggy as before. If flag changes on a different display resolution, it's in how the system causes this particular. Oh, I don't know how this is going to help the stream or not. That did not. Okay, on my laptop screen, it's fine. So if it's on my main screen, it is laggy. If I put it onto my laptop screen, it's not laggy. It's not as laggy, but the empty board is even smoother. But if I drag another app around, with the populated board open, there's no dragging issues. It's only this app. It's not the shadows. It's not the shadows because this wasn't a problem yesterday. So something in the last 24 hours has caused this problem. MYTHOS, not impressed, to be honest. Um, one classic way to produce exactly this symptom is continuously animating view pulsing indicator with repeat forever forces CA transaction. Um, we'll wait for this to get done, and then we'll run it. Come on, dude. Everything I need to plan round 5. Okay. Okay, so you're going to start a new work tree of the app and then build from an older commit. Is that my understanding? You're going to leave the current code as is? Okay, yeah, let's go ahead and go back to the first commit then. The first commit. Open the project. This one is a little bit better, but there's still lag to it. CPU is fine. Memory is could be better. Still laggy. Oh, shit, it was laggy at midnight. Is it the temporary tiles? Like, that shouldn't be a thing. Plan restart roll to handle the setting, blah, 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 blah. It's the chrome bisection from before. Wasn't probably is now explained. The shadows were also suspect. There were just fewer of them yesterday. Strip. So why would it be shadows for 17 cards? Like, that seems ridiculous that that would be a limiting factor. One of your 17 cards is a demo in progress task. Is that kind of card that might carry a spinner? Instead, can we just go back to where we were and then have you delete all of the demo rows and then give me a prompt that will create 20 tasks, and then at least those tasks will then be created, and they'd all be sitting in the queued column and nothing would be faked at that point. Oh, this is stupid. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Fuck. Okay, the tasks have all been created. Before, without the demo tiles, it was back to being smooth again. Now with the 20 queued task, the moving of the app is laggy again. Fuck. Content ablation. Every card renders as a plain size, colored rectangle, same count, same column, same blah 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 blah. Just no text, no badges, no chrome, no shadow. Yeah, if this doesn't like it, I am not going to be able to do my design. Okay, build C is ready. Smooth. There's no way it's shadows. No way. There's no way. No way. Still no badges or buttons. We got icons. Still no buttons or gestures. Why do I have gestures? Build badges ablation variant. This still doesn't work. What was need to so what is different? This had an eye icon. So what was different between the last build and this build? It's still smooth, but I thought we were just adding stuff because it looks like some things actually got taken away. Confused. Is this the right? That was 3 minutes ago, and then if I go back to like workspace number and the one asks. Well, build as the root with the real card, so as Jesus we damn it. Every one of those is or sits with a button plus. So I am actually seeing lag with this one. Now that I have it like larger sized, I'm seeing lag whenever I try to move it around quickly. So roll it back one more and let me test again. See, now it's fine. So what the fuck? It's actually the clearest possible suspect. 3 buttons per car plus a tap for 20. I don't want tap. There's no. Dozens of hover or hitters. Yeah, so go ahead and implement the full cards back to what they were before we started all of this, and then implement the this window move session detection thing. I feel like this is something that we did for rescaling when there was an issue with rendering the panels. And also whenever we were resizing the panels manually, we didn't save the resize until there was a delay to saving the resized sizes. Cards back to what they were before we started all of this, and then implement. I'm actually really surprised that this isn't just a built-in thing. What's up, Stone Python? What's up, man? I don't know if you're still here. I've been super disengaged trying to figure out this stupid bug. As far as what we're doing, we're trying to figure out what is causing a lag issue. I ran whatchamacallit, Fable for like 4-6 hours today after switching back to Claude and doing some stuff on Opus this morning, and I ran it for the first time when I started the stream. Since I did everything, it did a huge like audit thing, and I noticed that whenever I drag the window, there's some lag there whenever there's cards up. If I'm in a more empty one, it's fine. And what's really weird is if I'm on my laptop screen, it's buttery smooth, but if I'm on my big screen, it's not buttery smooth. We're trying to figure out what the fuck's going on. You can see it's like kind of stuttery right there. And then there's this other issue where it doesn't want to spawn the right agent. I have no idea what this is. So yeah, that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. So it doesn't look like anything that we did to fix the grok issue it's still not doing it. It's still only loads up grok build. It never loads up composer. So what do we do? 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 And I need to fix this issue. Does this happen? So it doesn't run here. It only runs it on Claude. What do we? Enable cursor, re-enable processing on session in, reset, blah, 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 rejected alternatives. This is blah, 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 blah. Swizzling. Tooltip sanity after drag move. Cursor onto card after a drag session. Tooltip should appear normally after. No missing or frozen tooltip state. Cursor shape should still change growth when hovering over interactive elements. Still animates during a... Okay. Nope. So the window drag lag is back to being as terrible as it was before. So whatever we just did, it did absolutely nothing to fix the core issue. The one thing I just noticed is that whenever I close a workstream group, the lag goes away. So it's something to do with the tasks themselves. Whether or not it's because they are in one giant work stream or there's just 20, I don't know. But if I close the group and it compacts it down to just one tile being visible, the problem goes away. Why is there any on tap gesture per card? It's not. It's a desktop app. Why are there any gestures at all? Like it's a desktop. I can't even. I can click icons for a mouse click handler on Mac OS. The framework shares the name iOS tab equals click on desktop. Each card has one, so that clicking a card selects it and the retry. Nothing exotic is happening. Interaction wise, the problem is how Swift UI implements them. Every click handler button is still a standing hit test region. The fully native way to build a selectable list of items on it is list with container level selection. One selection for the whole list, not one click. Is a custom scroll view of cards with per card handlers, which is the custom path in our own. Round 6, as planned, small surgery. Keep the current structure, gate that. What is round 6 then? This doesn't even sound close to being the right way to go about things. So far, I am not impressed. I click context menu on the card, the existing keyboard. The answer is not hiding everything behind a context menu. That's not an acceptable fix. I was dragging the entire time. CPU's not spiking. If anything, idle is going up. Windows server pegged at 82 while see. How are you? I don't know what Windows server is. Why would we not have this built in? What is Windows server and why is it running so hot? Compositor, blah, 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 blah. Why would you ever not use drawing group then? And why did we not implement it the first time? There. What does Grok have to say? I'll say to private. I'm making an app in Swift UI, and it has a bunch of tiles on the main portion of the app. Anytime I drag the app around the desktop, it starts to lag out. If I collapse the a group and it hides a bunch of the tiles behind that group, then the lagginess goes away. Is there anything that I can do, baseline optimizations, to help improve that? What are your thoughts on what it might be? Go for updating views. Run with instruments. Code, product, profile. Step number 3 on other quick wins: reduce shadows, blurs, or animations during normal use. Yeah, that's going to be a problem. Below is some points from Grok as far as things that we might look at doing. One of them is the drawing group. Is there anything else that we can do in here to help give us group? Because the real UI is filled with shadows and blurs. So yeah, what do we do about that? Change only on debounce data events. Keep continuously changing things like spinners, glows, terminals outside of the group so they don't force whole buffer repaints. One. Oh. Okay, but how do we make things active whenever you interact with them versus being flattened and rasterized? Okay, let's go ahead and try it. I'm not holding my breath. Now nothing shows up in the Kanban board now. It's just the stupid. So whatever you just did made it so that no cards show up in the Kanban, only the column headers show up. Oh, this is fucking stupid. I mean, okay. So I don't understand. Why would you not do this? Okay, so this is buttery smooth, and I can't tell a difference as far as if there was ever a problem. But what did we lose? What functionality did we lose? Either from a functional point of view, or a styling point of view, or an automation point of view? Did we lose anything? That's a different. Maybe not. Exactly the bug you saw in build H. Anything like that must live outside the core card or flattening moves down. This is the trap that will bite a future builder if not written down. No continuous animation. A pulsing badge inside the flattened card would force whole card rasterizations every time, eroding the win. The pattern for the rich feature design is the lift. Okay, but what about transparency and background blurring? If I wanted the app's main body to be partially transparent and it blurred through, could the cards also be transparent? Oh. So to test this, let's go ahead and make the main body of the app let's make it transparent by 20%. So if it's at 100% right now, make it down to 80% and then blur it by 24 pixels. And then lower the opacity of each of the card tiles in the Kanban to 80% as well, but don't do any kind of blurring to them. They'll just inherit the blur through the app's body. And then really, you can't just tell what the blur to look like? Stupid. That's really fucking stupid. Yeah. C-Films, what's up, man? How's it going? Not been a good 24 hours, I'll tell you that much. So I was running low on my Claude or my Codex subscription. I only have like 3% left as of like yesterday to get me until tomorrow at like 6 o'clock. So I went ahead and resubscribed to Claude. And then I ran an audit last night of a whole bunch of bug reports. And then I ran that basically through the new Fable model. And then that did a whole bunch of shit. And I didn't run the app for like 8 hours. And then I finally ran it, and it has not been fun. And then I found out this whole thing about too many things on the page at one time causing big issues. So like I would try to drag the window and it would just be like super nasty and delayed and laggy and stuff. So it looks like we fixed that, but now I'm trying to figure out what the limitations of this approach was. And because the first thing it said, it was like, if you're planning on doing lots of shadows and blurs, you might have a problem in the future. And it's like, well, that's the whole fucking thing of the redesign. The whole redesign is blur and shadows. So we're doing a quick test just to kind of get an idea. So anyway, yeah, it's been a blast. But you're doing good, so that's good. That's good. But so far I can say that I'm not that impressed with Fable. People online were like, "This is the bee's knees. This is the best thing ever." And so far, it's given me nothing but bug fixes. Fixes that I need to squash. Fable is a series of video games. Isn't there a new one coming out? Like there was one like 15 years ago or something like that. And I think there's a new one coming out, right? I feel like I remember that being a thing. Okay, so it's saying it's done. Let's... Oh, all of that was just to... Oh, Jesus. Okay. How goes the website? What the fuck is... What is that? ...2018. I think I only played the original. Or at least I think it was the original, like the one on like the 360, the Xbox 360. I think that was the only one I ever played, and I probably only played it for like 2 or 3 days or something like that. I think I rented it. And there is a new one. Okay, I thought I remembered that. Are we gonna get Fable before we get GTA 6? At this rate, probably. project is going well. That's good. That is good. Oh, sweet AI viewers at streamvoo.com. That's so cool. That's awesome. I'll go check that out, Gaping Feather, if you subscribe to my YouTube channel. Because you're totally not a bot. November 19th, 2026. I am not holding my breath. This will be like the third year it's been delayed at this point. Alright, are you done? No, you're still not done. You're building, okay. It's been that long? I didn't think it was that long ago. Holy crap. I remember playing... Okay, so there's a little bit of transparency there. I remember playing GTA 4 at a friend's house. And okay, so I still can't see... I can't see through the cards to confirm that this worked. Yeah, I remember playing like GTA 4 and like the very first mission, like you load up the game and you're cruising on your car and you're driving across the bridge into like the downtown area and like not understanding how to drive, and like I just ran over prostitutes and cops like 50 times in a row. Like just constant, like that's all I did for like an hour. Because doesn't that game start up with like you're being chased by the cops and so you had to get away from them? 2008. Damn. Okay, so I can see the background through the app now. On at least on the Kanban board. It looks good enough for a test of that, and it still works. I don't think there's enough transparency or any transparency on the individual task cards or the workstream groups. I don't know which exactly have the gray background. So we need to reduce their transparency a little bit so that I can see that the blur is coming through those as well. I also want to make sure that can we go ahead and add the same transparency to the to the terminal panels on the roles tab, and then also do some similar transparency to the workflow tab. The first GTA was in 97. So we got GTA 1 in 97, and then 11 years later, we were already on Grand Theft Auto 4. But then it's taken us 13 years, if we're lucky, to get one more release. That's kind of nuts. That's kind of nuts. It's kind of weird. You can actually see it more on. I'm staring at a light when I look at this. Four is the earliest I ever played. Maybe I played 3. Maybe Grand Theft Auto 3. Oh, maybe I'm thinking of Grand Theft Auto 3 is the when you fly across the bridge at the very beginning. I think it is. Just looking through the images, Google Images, there's an image that has someone driving across what I remember. Grand Theft Auto 4. Oh yeah, 100%. It was definitely Grand Theft Auto 3 then. Yeah. Those graphics are too good for what I remember. I don't know if I ever played Grand Theft Auto 5. Did 4 have online multiplayer? And then 5 just added to it? I honestly don't remember. Bro, C-Films, that's what you need to do. You need to port everything you have for C-Films over to just make a Grand Theft Auto wiki and have it done before 6 launches, and then just bank off of that traffic. I'm sure you can do that real quick, right? Just swap out a few variables and it'll do everything for you. You said you wanted to harden and add scalability. Extend glass styling app wide. Swift term is AppKit back, so it's its own opacity mechanism. I mean, that sounds like it's going to be a pain in the ass then. Build succeeded. Okay, time to boot this bitch up. See what we see. Okay, so that's screwy. That doesn't have any transparency. Kanban. Okay, that I can see that works. What about scrolling? I mean, sure. I guess to get the point across. So for the Kanban board, it looks mostly okay. You definitely lower the opacity of the group container, the workstream container. I can't tell if there is or isn't transparency on the individual tasks, or if it's just that it's layering on top of the workstream background, which is then layering on top of the app background, and then that's just making it look non-transparent. In the workflow tab, again, it kind of looks like there is transparency for the main body, but for the actual columns and stuff like that, I don't know if that's just a high amount or a low amount of transparency stacking on top of another level of low amount of transparency, and it makes it look completely opaque, or if you did not apply a transparency to those items. On the roles tab, you can see it around the panels, but the terminals themselves are still fully opaque. There's no transparency to the terminals themselves. And then interesting. Back to this. Go ahead and make those fixes. Go make those fixes. Yeah, I don't know, Fable. I don't know. I don't know if I'm impressed. If anything, I want to go back to Codex. 100,000 tokens, and it's updated 50 lines. What the? Three failures. Wait. Oh, I just want to put my head through a wall. I'm not enjoying this. And I got like actual structural problems. And I can't get past. I wish this makes me want to just build the whole damn thing over again in Electron and get off of the Swift high horse, because this is I could have coded half of this damn thing by now, by hand, with CSS and JavaScript. With your hybrid coding model, I have not had to upgrade your AI plans. I mean, I haven't had to upgrade them either. I'm still just paying just the $100 a month. Technically it's a little more than that because my Codex is still active, but only for like the next week. The billing cycle's already been canceled, so it's not going to renew. But after doing this, I might go back and renew it. I'm not having a good time with Claude, even with this fancy new model. Okay, so now we have some transparency with that stuff, so that's cool. Kanban. see stuff there. Okay. I'm gonna say transparency. You're so you're on the $20 a month plan or whatever? You're on the free plan. Oh shit. That's cool. I mean, that'd be nice. But are you so like one thing that saved my butt, so even with all of these frustrations of um that I'm running into, I mean, most of these right now are technically performance based. Obviously, this is a looks thing, but it's because it was directly attached to a performance thing beforehand. Um was So whenever I switched from Codex back to Claude, I had Codex run a report to find like a whole bunch of optimizations that I could make, things to harden so it's not as fragile for certain things, and then like just how to make everything faster. Oh right, you're using Gemini, that's right. And so I did all that, and then whenever I gave it to Claude before Fable came out, it found a bunch of stuff, even just in just running it and running the test suite. So like are you manually building the smoke tests? Or what are you doing there? This finally, okay, grok build, grok composer. Oh, still didn't. Fuck. Let's restart it. Maybe that finished after. So grok is not transparent. That's annoying. Started with manually coded projects. Yeah, no, I know that you're doing manually, but I mean, even when you do manual, it's still good to put in smoke tests. So then that way, it's one level less than end to end. So then that way, if you change something, you can run your smoke tests, and then you'll know if they all come back green, then you didn't break anything, even something that you didn't even touch, but whatever. So you don't have any like smoke tests then? Because that for me is like, even if I was manually coding something, I'd probably feed the code into an AI system to be like, okay, go make me smoke tests. You have no automated testing. Gotcha. Yeah, so I think this, if I remember right, this thing has like over 2,400 smoke tests. Actually, one of the things that I did this morning was I found out about this Python thing. And it took my smoke test runs from over 8 minutes at a time to under 30 seconds. So now I don't necessarily mind running them. This looks fine for now. There is a bigger issue at play. Whenever I run Grok or Codex, it seems to load up just fine. Whenever I load up Claude, it automatically goes into a check loop thing. Even though the loop toggle is set to planning, it tries to start asking questions about a failed task, and then it starts saying something about it'll start doing a poll again in 2 minutes, and it just sits there and complete. It's the only one that does it. I don't have any automated testing. My projects are now hybrid coded. I mean, that's fine. There's no harm in that. It's just I'd be interested to see if you gave Gemini or Chat GPT access to your code, and then you had it do smoke tests, if it would find stuff. So this still did not fix the issue. If I select Grok and then I change it between build or composer, it still always loads up build. So I don't know what the best course of action is here, because we've done 6 or 7 rounds, and I think the only thing that we fixed is Claude changing models. Nothing we've done with Grok has solved it. And I'm worried that the compounding patches is just going to lead to some nasty surprises down the road. Found it as a clean regression from role agent pool migration. After migration, the role string passed in is architect, which no longer matches. Case architect falls into default, and architect gets the autonomous polling loop. Oh, that's exactly your screenshot. Mat architect should be okay. So that's another. The other thing I'm seeing is architect is supposed to be locked to the name Michael, and then none of the other panels should be able to take that name. And anytime I switch model or vendor, the name changes again. So do a full check on how the names are assigned to the panels, and make sure that they are still operating as they should be, because right now it doesn't seem like they are. These change. So do a field check on how the names are assigned to the panels. Because once a panel is spawned, it's supposed to always keep that name. And right now, all the other panels are also cycling their names in between models. They're also not even going back to the name that they did pick whenever I select a model. So right now, if I changed QA, which is currently called Gerald, and it's on Claude, if I changed it to a different model and then changed it back to Claude, it doesn't even go back to Gerald. It just picks a new name again. So there's been some regression with the locking of names as well. So whenever when you give them access to your code, do you just say, hey, is there any improvements that I can do? Or do you have them like generate a report? Because one thing I was doing was I would when I first started is I would have, say for example, Claude generate a report, and then I would give the report to Grok. Then I would have Grok do a review of the report, and then I basically bounce the ideas back and forth between them 1 or 2 times. I feel like Grok usually came up with more ideas, and then Claude would verify them. Grok at the time didn't have context of anything because it didn't have an ability to look at my code. But I'd have Claude like generate a report, give the report to Grok. Grok would review it, have some ideas, give it back to Claude. Claude would review it, say, yes, these are some good things. These things don't matter because it was missing context or whatever. And then I would go from there. And that's kind of the whole reason this project came to be, just so that I didn't have to just do this whole like copying and pasting thing back and forth. Oh, wait, is it actually? Wait, Codex, go back to Grok. Okay, so it does do it. That's an it. So I'm an idiot. Okay, so once I actually start interacting with the panel and I start typing, it does switch over from saying Grok build to composer in the input field area inside of the CLI. So I guess at this point in time, it does look like that is that the model switching is working for Grok. I have the AI suggest improvement to tell me why these improve. I mean, if it's working, man, keep doing it. Yeah, there was one. What was it? It was it was something to do with the loading priority. There was something that like it was essentially causing like an additional 2-second delay from launching agents. And it was basically like, I suggest you change the ordering of how this stuff actually loads, and then everything will be hunky dory. I was like, oh, okay. So it wasn't even really a code improvement. It was just a startup performance improvement, an optimization. Two things worth remembering from this saga. Once he's done, we can close this one out. And then I need to kick this dude off and see if he actually. Where things stand, runtime model discovery refresh system is resolved. One small loose end forensics where say workers still have grok builds stored from toggles you made from the relaunch. If you want composer there, then reselect it and it'll stick. Next step, this touch real logic, blah 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 blah. Want me to run the QA review and then mark the task complete? No, don't do that. So this means I'm gonna have to go redo my appearances for all my nodes. That sucks. $140,000 tokens for 300 lines. See, Films, if I gave you a copy of this app, would you use it? I don't have Gemini installed or implemented, but... Or is it too hands-off for you? Well, whenever it becomes not complete garbage, I might send you a copy. Even if just, obviously I've gone through this thing end to end 1,000 times already, and so I know I'm glossing over stuff. So at a minimum, if you could provide feedback from it and you got usage out of it, then that's cool. I'd probably try to get I've never looked into Gemini, but so I assume because you're saying you have free ones, Gemini has a free plan, and Gemini has a CLI. I really don't have any idea. I don't know anything about Gemini, except that that's who Apple's using now, or is going to be. Gemini CLI. How about that? Build you plug in. Oh yeah, okay. I've seen this. I've seen that banner. Unpaid tier and Google One users. Gemini CLI will be replaced by anti-gravity CLI on June 18th. Okay, so it's a good thing I didn't implement it. Okay, so it's just going to anti-gravity. Anti-gravity CLI. Pricing for individuals. Does it tie into if you pay for a Google plan? Do you know? Like I pay for extra stuff with my Google plan. Does that tie into it, or is this a whole other thing? I assume it's a whole other thing. Generally available. Unlimited tab, completions, unlimited command request, basic weekly rate limits. Get plan. Okay, you don't actually tell me what the plan is, it just get plan. Or are you still going? Run the Michael name cross workspace. Okay, so it's doing names now. What did we add to memory? Must be called from. Holy shit. Oh. This was telling me that this little scroll bar was all for memory. That is not correct. You should be. So it's not auto prompting anymore. But you're still. I think I'm playing more than just the Google One storage, but I mean it's fine, it's whatever. Unless I really decide that I need to use Gemini in the new Apple stuff. I don't see me getting a plan with Gemini anytime soon. The Michael thing is fixed, and it's not auto looping anymore. That being said, I think there is one model I think that's supposed to be decent at reasoning or understanding voice, and it's super fast. Like I think it might actually be faster than Grok at understanding, just not be as good at speaking back. So maybe there's a use for that. I don't know. Okay, should I proceed? Oh, let me. What is it? Yacht. Not a separate bug. The planning execution toggle is exclusively architect session never run. Architect use start architect session on a complete user path. Deploying the user toggle is Claude output caused by bug A. Injecting the bug with bug A fixed. No wake up toggle regression remains. Okay. Adjacent observations. Runtime log action resolver dot resolve switches on bear builder and architect is role case post migration. These cases are unreachable. Blah 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 blah. Agent spawn UI not a lot. Yeah, so the architect being locked to Michael is now fixed. It doesn't change, at least visually. I don't know about on the back end side of things. But the other panels still cycle names whenever you change providers and models. Also, in the builder's notes, it has adjacent observations. We need to make sure that those are logged as tasks that we need to fix in the future. Yeah, what was that? There was I think it's like Gemini. Gemini 3.5 Flash, maybe? Is that this? Maybe it was 2.5 Flash. It was like extremely fast. But maybe it was 3.5 is the voice. The new Gemini Spark. I think that's what Apple is going to be using. Siri, AI, nope, not Uphone. Gemini model. So this is saying that it's not actually. They just took. It almost sounds like they forked Gemini. But that's from January. Revamp is a partnership with Google Gemini. Okay, so we might not know exactly which one. I'm interested to see how much we'll actually be able to use it. How much we'll be able to use Siri. Because I was talking with a friend. I was like, it'd be cool if we could replace some of what Hermes is doing. And have like richer context. But then we found out that the context pool is only like 32K. Ooh. Not so good.
Null surface and future planning plus the perf debugging lesson from night. Now the remaining live bug. No assumptions. What Swift side sends on switch. New session register TDD. Da, 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 da. Yes, go ahead and run the. Run this. And then we'll have to figure out if it's storing everything. Because there used to be a bug, and I bet you we've regressed. There was a bug where the name would stay on the panel, but then the logs would show a different name every single time a task ran through that panel. I would not be surprised if we regressed back to that. Okay, so Claude you see through, Gronk you don't. Let's give old Grocky Poo a talking to. For the Grok CLI, is there a way to change the background to be transparent, and then therefore it only brings it responds to the terminal window itself's background? Ooh. Okay, but there's no. AE. There. Rock. Then you said where? Config. Let me. Ba, 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 ba. But how do I? don't think that's gonna tell me. I'm gonna have to do more research on that. It'd be cool if I could get it to just be normal versus Grok trying to do its like fancy bullshit scroll. But I don't know. I don't know what I could do about that. Thing does a lot of reading. And it creates a shit ton of tests. So is there not just a theme file that I can then go in and modify, or is this something I have to set up specific? When launching Grok, no alt screen, so the TUI doesn't take over the full screen. This lets move your terminal. That's not. Experiment with the limited UI options and any future theme related keys. Best set your terminal emulators background to transparent, semi-transparent with blur if desired. Yeah. If the Grok draws solid background colors that the terminal's transparent, it will still help where the app uses default colors. So we're pretty much just hosed with Grok. It seems. Damn. You still okay? So actual bug traced end to end. Slot was never unstable. Switching provider model stops the session and works the slot. Stop the demons. When demon side fix, restore or create on relaunch any prior row for the same panel slot donates its name back with collision guard from the blah blah blah. No switch changes, no schema change. Verified. Is it? Are you really gonna tell me that it's working fine? Because it ain't. Yo. How do I'm gonna get you off Fable. I don't like you. Go back to Sonnet. I don't even care. Review this screen recording and you'll see that the name appears to stay, but it flickers. run QA on this shit before I forget. That's the even more interesting thing. Okay, go ahead and okay, I want to switch you back to Opus. Okay, go ahead and generate a task for a builder agent, but I want the model for the builder agent to be Haiku. Boop, 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 boom, 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 boom. Need to get back to this. It was literally the whole point of tonight. Done any of it. So haiku uses like it also has to go and fucking read 47 bajillion different things. I don't get it. Yeah, I think I'm gonna renew my Codex. I'm not impressed. When does this restart? It's tomorrow, 6 o'clock. Maybe they 4% usage remaining. I mean, if I was Sam Altman, A, I'd be really rich, and B, probably would have reset everybody's stuff today just to keep them on. Come on. Time, just doing a tweet because this thing. Problems with Codex, then one problem with Fable. Yeah. It always shows. Doesn't. Yes. That, then this dude is still not fucking done. Okay, what is the builder saying? Fix the Swift side visual flicker that occurred during the model. Blah 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 blah. Side name restoration round 2 was already correct. This round prevents the transient blank name re-register window by caching the last known display name and reusing it when the session starts. Changes made, surgical Swift only. You're saying you fixed it. I don't believe you. Okay. All right. Well, fuck me. You did it. Okay. This was a localized Euler, so haiku was a fine fit and it landed cleanly, just flagging next time for your haiku tour. This. Okay, so go ahead and merge this branch back into, merge everything that we have back into master, and then update the status MD file, and then update any other knowledge files that we have surrounding the updates that we did since we last merged to master. And then write me a prompt for the next session. Next step, the task touch real logic. Go from there. Start from there. Go ahead and mark it as complete and update everything, but do not run QA. I'll run QA on the full branch later. A 140 commits ahead of origin. Ooh, boy. And model delivery. Amongst the other session, leave it unstaged out of the merge. The runtime model discovery refresh, its status has now been marked as complete, and its summary has been added, and it has also been committed, so it should be ready to merge as well. Can you just confirm that? Green tree is clean and task is marked complete. The new commit, blah, blah, blah. That wasn't MI or but I need to confirm it's actually reachable from the branch we're about to merge. Otherwise, it won't right along. Cool, cool, cool. Confirmed it's ready to merge. Verified end to end. Tree is clean. The only open decision is still the gate. Okay, so yeah, it is 10:30. I'm gonna go ahead and shut her down, boys. I'm gonna run this QA, the full QA suite, and then tomorrow morning I'm gonna start bright and early at it again, and maybe actually make some forward progress. Today was, I probably wasted, or I probably burned over 1 billion tokens today, and I don't think I really have much to show for it except for some semi-transparent background and possibly some additional regression that I haven't discovered yet. So anyway, ooh, right at 5 hours, cool. I'm gonna shut her down and talk to you later. See you. Like and subscribe to the video.